Okay, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Happy Tuesday to you. Welcome to Jetliner Tuesday with your Viva Aerobus nonstop service from Newark Liberty to Cancun. Plane is all started up. We are going to push back here in just a moment. Before I forget, we need to add some gas so we don't sit here and run out of gas. Not that I think we would, because this is a pretty fuel efficient plane, but we're going to go ahead and tank up just to be on the safe side. Waiting to see if anybody's going to join in. I am on the still on the Southeast Asia server. So if you're going to join in, we're still there. Let me know. Matter of fact, I don't know if anybody is coming in. We got a little bit of time. So, matter of fact, I think what I'm going to do is go ahead and get my clearance so that when we're ready to go, we're ready to go. So this is so if you look, there's an A320, and here is a 321. This is the extension of, this is like, they added a little bit more, little length to the plane for more seating, but it's still the same system. Everything is the same here as it is over there on the flight deck. There's no difference at all in that regard. So all of our lights are on. Oops. Everything's on. We're all set to go. We'll just see if anybody's going to pop in and say they want to join. We'll get them invited. Steer to the left. If we're going to go out this way, I don't think Joe's coming in today. Matter of fact, it might be pretty quiet because over on Train Symbol 2, they got the updated Isle of Wight. So I'm not expecting many people in today. A lot of folks might be watching that instead. I don't think Caddies will be here at all. We'll be watching Joe do all that. Somebody just popped in. Somebody's in the chat. Morning, whoever you are. Oh, Bex, thank you for the follow. If it's the Bex, I think it is. Yeah, it's not much, it's no different than the A320. It's just, it's got a little bit more seating. They lengthened the fuselage a little bit more to add. And then there's two options. There's a long range option, and then there's a regular range. We're in the regular range option today because this is the one. So basically, if you guys don't know, this Doors, lovely Doors, asked if I could do a flight to Cancun. So I came up with this, and then this is a livery that came with the plane, the Viva Aerobus, which is a Mexican airline. So I figured I would do this as well. So not required for you to have this livery today. So, fly whatever you want to fly. Hopefully we're getting enough people to make it all the way to Cancun. Let me just see if there's going to be anybody that I need to look at inviting. So this might be me in the air today, me by myself. But no. Yeah, I think Joe is not going to be flying today. I think he's wrapped up with the new Isle of Wight update on Transcend World 2, I believe. Transcend World, Transcend World 2, whichever it is. So yeah, I think it's going to be a rather quiet chat. No addies, no... So I'm going to go ahead and start taxiing to our departure runway. Start moving. There we go. Once we are in the air, I'm going to give some shout outs. So. I'm gonna have to figure. I need to spend some time working on some stuff for Nightbot, I think. I kind of feel like this is exactly what the plane sounds like. Oh, that's really good. Oh, that's. I don't know if it's a plane or if that's just the ground. It looks like maybe that's the ground. I don't know. Just having to go up this taxiway and then go across. That doesn't make much sense, the way they had me go. It's like I'm on a runway taxiing instead of heading across over here. Waiting. Alright, Well, all the information, I do have screenshots. If anybody's going to join in after I depart, I can post those over in the Discord if you're on the Discord. I did grab some screenshots of the flight plan, basically what you need in order to do the flight. The runways look, in some places, the runways look like taxiways. Here. Well, I guess I am going, I want to line up. Anybody going to join? Now for every piece. If you're going to join right on the runway, let me know, and I'll invite you, and then just put the flight plan together real quick and spawn in on runway 22. Great. There's our departure runway. Sit back, relax, enjoy the flight. All that good professional spiel that you get from the pilot, or the co-pilot, or somebody from the flight deck. Viewers. I'm all tongue-tied and I'm silent. So this came out recently. This the A321. It's had a few issues. Now I don't know if it's the plane necessarily, or if it's it seems like there's problems all around with planes. I don't know. Because something's not right. But I think a lot of it's due to the fact that there is an update coming, but there's been nothing, like I'm not part of the update. You know, I'm not like on the beta for the update. You know, so that's something's not right, that's for sure. It always happens before a sim update comes out. Alright, well, I guess I have no takers. Let me just double check one last time to see if there's anybody on here that... Oh, Mick is onboarding. Okay. We will give Mick a moment then. Mick might be flying with me. Might be a last minute addition. So I'm going to have my bit of coffee here while we wait for Mick to pop in, or I will invite him. I can. Yep. One on the Southeast Asia server. Can't even talk this morning. Oh, okay. I will wait for you here, Mick. That's fine. Once you are in, I will get you invited. If you just want to spawn in here at runway 22 right, and then, as your departure, or pick that instead of a gate, so you don't have to do the startup. It's so there's all the information there. Let me see if you are when you're in the home page. Okay, that's fine. We got time. I appreciate it, Nick. I wasn't sure if you were going to be able to make it or not. Oh, thank you. Perfect. I just figured I'd put it in just in case. Excellent. All right. Well, at least there's two of us. Just the two of us. We can fly if we try. Just the two of us. You and I. See, what else do you get this kind of entertainment? The singing, shenanigans, crashing of an F-35B almost. Where else do you get that kind of stuff? And it doesn't cost you anything really. You don't want to be a subscriber or anything, so you know. This plane's for high, even if we're flying in the dark. You can't start your plane when your systems are all falling apart. Been watching that. I've heard that Dance in the Dark song too many times recently, it seems. I've been coming up with flight-related changing the words for flight related stuff or airplane related. Alright, let me see if Mick is ready yet. If not, that's fine. He's on the world map. He's putting the flight plan together, folks. He's almost there. So yeah, this is the A321neo, very much like the 320. Just a few more seats and get a little more space back here and lengthen the tail a little bit more. Or not the tail, the fuselage. So this can carry more passengers. Apparently this is the best-selling model of the between A319, A320, and this model. This is the best-selling model out of all of them because you can do... Okay, behind me. Oh, perfect. All right, then let's light this candle and get out of here. All right, let's go. Perfect. Oh. Oh, okay. We're on the Southeast Asia server fish guns. Or are you flying, or are you just you're joining to watch? Is what you mean. I'm not sure which. But yeah, we just departed from Newark Liberty. We're heading to Cancun. Nick is getting in the air. We're going to see what we're doing here. But nice to see you. I'm sorry you're sick. So you're just going to sit back, relax, and watch. You're more than welcome. Just watching. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. No worries. Set for landing later. Excuse me, later on. Pardon me. Didn't mean to burp in anybody's ear. Did we give an updated altimeter reading? That's fine. So we should be only going up to about 36,000. 980. Away we go. But yeah, just it's the same flight deck and everything. Nothing different between this one and the A320. Yeah. But it's a strange plane, because like I was saying, sometimes, like when I was trying to get to do this flight out of JFK. Oh wow, there's someone. Oh, there he is back there. He's climbing he's already climbing up. He's not waiting for anybody to tell him anything. He's getting up there. Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad plane. It's just it had its issues. It didn't seem to be very, like, you know, they didn't make any sense. You know, because like this morning, I came in. I was still in the F-18 from yesterday when I was helping Patrice out with the nose steering and all that. So I loaded in, and so Mick, you have to put your throttle, bring it back to CL, and then your auto throttle should engage, and it'll automatically get you to your cruising speed. It'll do it itself. Yeah, if you don't have, if you haven't throttled back to CL, this detent right here, so that this is all the way forward, so just get it back. As soon as that lines up, then it should be fine. You don't want it anything above that, because then the plane will overspeed, and then you'll get the vibrating and all that kind of stuff, and it'll be just a crazy situation. So but it should be programmed already into the thing. So anyway, so I loaded in to get, just to make sure. So everything started up, and then bam, all the screens went blank, and I'm like, oh. So I went out, went back in, I closed out the sim, quit out of it on the main menu. Got back in, and also make sure your flaps are all the way up too. Oh, he's all the way up there now. He's like, I'm getting up there. I'm just gonna fly. So yeah, make sure you have that in CL. Make sure you have the auto throttles engaged. It will manage your speed for you. You won't have to worry about it. So yeah, it's got its weird quirks, but I don't know sometimes if it's the airport or if it's a problem with the... it's going to be about 3.5 hours, I think. That's what it says, so it might be that long, it might be a little bit shorter. You just, that's the crazy thing about this sim, is the timing is, the estimations are always either way too much or not enough, so... yeah, we'll be flying. We just took off, so we're still getting up to our cruising altitude. So we got a lot of flying left ahead of us. We got to go all the way across the East Coast. Well, not like the East Coast, but we're going basically down along the eastern side of the states, and then we'll cut across, I think, the Gulf of Mexico. So east to south, east-ish. Okay, perfect. Then, yeah, I don't know, Mick. Yeah, that's a strange one. I couldn't tell you, because you're on the PC, so I don't know how you have your system set up. But, yeah, as long as you have all that stuff, it should manage the speed for you, and then once you get to a higher altitude, the speed should change over to Mach. Automatically. Like, once you get up higher, it should do that. Your airspeed should show Mach instead of the knots. Oh, nice. Okay. Well, see, the CTDs have stopped. Like, initially it was really bad, but that might be the problem then, because I wanted to fly out of JFK today, but whenever I spawned in with this plane, I could not get, the plane would start up, but these would turn on and then go dark, like within, like that. And even I think I even tried connecting the I think there's a thing for ground power or whatever, or like if you're at the gate, they can plug in kind of thing. That didn't seem to work. Yeah, it just was a very strange thing, but I wasn't sure if it was the plane or if it was something to do with the airport. But if they're going to do another update, then that would be terrific. But yeah, they do seem pretty dedicated to keep improving improving things. So that's good. That's a good sign. I like that. So yeah, I feel pretty confident about it. But it was difficult at first to know, like, okay, why are these things happening? It's easy to blame the developer, but sometimes it's not the developer. It's something going on with the sim overall. But everybody tends to focus on the developer instead of instead of what's happening with the sim in general. So, but no, if they're going to improve it and keep working at it to make it better, then I can live with that. You know. But yeah, it's a nice plane. I like it because if you're familiar with the A320, even the Asobo version, or yeah, if you know the Asobo version, then this is just, it's very easy to fly. You know, it's all the systems are the same, so you can just jump right in and you know where all the switches are and everything. You know, nothing is different. Oh, we should go to 360 here in a minute. See, I'm already seeing a Mach number on my airspeed. It's gone to 0.77, so yeah, we're doing good. Look at that. I filled up, and this is what I find most amazing. We're still climbing. We're almost at our cruising altitude, and we're at 96% fuel. I put in what you had in Discord, but on a different heading. Oh, okay. That's fine. No worries, Mick. That'll work. Alright, heating up to 360. That's perfectly fine. Glad to have you along. I know Doris will be happy to see. Doris, look who's here with me. Right there. Look at him. There's a crack in the window there, I think. Oh, it's a safety thing. Oh well. Plane blows up. It's not my fault. So yes, Doris. Mick is with me. He's off to my left side. She's probably... I'm sure she'll be listening. She may not watch it, but she'll listen. So, yeah, Mick is off to my left, about a gazillion miles away. Kidding, of course. Yeah, he's just cruising along with me, and so there we go. So, yeah, it's a nice plane. I like it. If you're like I said, if you're familiar with the A320 already, it's an easy transition. There's nothing different really on the flight deck or any of that stuff. So it's a very easy plane to kind of get right into and fly in. Yeah, I was a bit disappointed, and it wasn't. The great thing is you're getting two. So you get two versions. You're getting four. You're getting. There's two different engine types, and then you have the regular range and then the long range within those two. And then they have liveries. Some are real world, some they mark as fictional, that they just put it in there because they like the livery or whatever. for the price, I think it's a great deal. It's just that if you're a bit if you're experiencing problems, it's easy to get frustrated. But I think if you give it time and allow them to, they're committed to making this better. I I can get behind somebody that is trying to do all that. So yeah. It's just hovering at 22,000 feet. Huh. That's interesting. Well, if you feel comfortable living there, Mick, that's perfectly fine. So yeah, I think it's a good deal. It's nice to have a jetliner that is familiar to most users. So yeah, I think it's great. You know. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. By now you should be up at. That's weird. Okay, well, that's that crazy ATC for you. So yeah. I want to give a quick shout out to Captain Arish. I popped into his stream last night when they were on their way across to New Zealand. They keep asking you to go to 18,000. Oh, you might have climbed a little high, a little too fast there, Mick. Yeah, I would fish guns. I think it's at this point, you know, I'm a bit apprehensive about the future of the sim on the Xbox. But hopefully I'm wrong. But I just kind of feel like it's, um, yeah, I think there's going to be more. Um, more issues. So Mick, what you can do, if you pull down your ATC menu, and you say you want to increase your altitude, if you're at 22, just add 11. Well, say you want to go to 32,000, just add 10,000 to it, and then, or at least add. So if you're 22, add the 4,000 to the 18 that they want you at, or something. Yeah, he's had one for a while. He does Euro Truck Simulator, American Truck Simulator. He plays this on the PC. Yeah, so. Huh, okay. I don't know, Mick. That is weird. Yeah, you might have you might have pissed them off somehow. I don't know. That's weird though, because normally by now you would have been. Sometimes I think if you like on the 747, you can dial in your cruising altitude and you can get there without, because by the time you get to the point where they say increase your altitude, you're still on your way, but you're not like disregarding their instructions or anything. But this one, it seems like if you don't follow them to the letter, sometimes they will not allow you to do certain things for some reason. So yeah, and that's one of the. I think they did say they're trying. Okay, they're going to try to fix the AI ATC. They know it's an issue, but anyway, yeah, that's very strange. But anyway, back to what I was saying. So Captain Arish, great guy. If you want to know more about flying and navigating, VOR to VOR stuff, Celestial. If your head can get your head around that math and everything, he'll go over the celestial stuff. He'll make mistakes and he'll say, "Oh, I goofed this up. I put the wrong number in here, or whatever." Fantastic simmer pilot. Always happy to help out new pilots, or if you're returning to the sim and you're just like, I don't know what to do, kind of thing. He's more than happy to help you. So I will put his stuff right here. That's his Twitch. So yes, give him a follow, definitely. It's worth it. And then also Allison Johnson. She flies with Captain Arish, usually on Saturdays. She did do a flight with him the other day in the 737, the PMDG 737. But check her out for the Amelia Earhart stuff. I almost said Amelia Island. I almost did. I had to stop myself. And then also, if you want to just laugh and fly, or just watch a stream and just have a great time, I highly recommend Two Tone Murphy, especially if you watch him on Mondays. He does a news show with Giblo Ireland is the other co-host. So yeah, if you want to noisy kids. So yeah, Two Tone Murphy, definitely check him out. It's always a laugh. He's just a really cool person to watch. So yeah, definitely check him out. And then they all have Discord. Well, Allison's under the Two Tone Murphy Discord. Captain Arish has his own Discord. Do check them out and join their Discord so you can kind of keep track of what they're up to. Also, you can ask questions. If you're working on a PC build, you can certainly post questions in there. There's a lot of people who've been on the sim since day one that can give you some kind of oh, so they're letting you climb now finally, Nick. It looks like you're up there. Okay, so that's what it was. You might have gone too high too quickly for them. So yeah, definitely those three. Check them out. Great simmers, great people to watch if you just want to sit back and watch, or if you want to fly with them. They do a lot of multiplayer stuff. If you just want to fly general aviation, Captain Arish in the 172, fantastic. Just go in there and have a great time, relax, enjoy the scenery. They just got to New Zealand last night, so they will be flying around there. I think starting tomorrow, they'll do a leg around New Zealand, and then eventually they'll head back to mainland Australia, and then continue up the Australian coast, and then make their way further along. So yeah, on the longer ones, like last night, it was over the water. It was like the final leg, but it was going to be like 4 hours over the water. And so what his partner did, Emma, they made a little bit of like a quiz show in the meantime, and so they came up with different subjects and stuff like that to so yeah, it's just a lot of fun, great stuff. But yeah, if you want to oh yeah, he's still, I don't know, looks like he's gonna crash it. I don't think he knows. I think maybe he's just practicing. Oh, it looks like he's going in to land right there. That airport right there. Because it looked like he just took off and that's kind of a weird, it's not really well, I don't know. If you're going to practice with it, you might as well do the full flight from JFK to Heathrow. Because you're really not getting the full experience. Going Mach 2, breaking the sound barrier continually over the Wow, okay. That's a questionable name. We don't want to look at that. I think they know what they did. They're trying to be funny about it. So anyway, hold on. I'm going to drink my coffee here real quick. Anyways, so yeah, do check them all out. Great community. Always happy to help new simmers, returning simmers, all kinds of stuff. So you can't go wrong there. I know I don't have all the answers, but I would say those are probably the subject matter experts. So, all right, let's have a look here. So yeah, we still got quite a ways to go. Looks like there's an airport right there below us. Yep, right there. Perfect. So that's working. Let's zoom out on the... So this is just at 160 nautical miles. That's what we got coming up over the next 160 nautical miles. We're still on our way to this waypoint here, this nav point, I should say. But that's all ahead of us. So we still got quite a bit of flying to do. We're still over America right now, U.S., and then eventually we will be over the Gulf of Mexico. We'll come in over Mexico and then hang a left into Cancun. I'm gonna put this thing on the ground, and then we will be wrapping things up for the day. Do appreciate everybody coming in and hanging out. Hopefully you're enjoying the flight here in the A321neo or A325. I would get a picture, but somebody's rather numpty name would be in the shot, Nick. So yeah. They're finding a loophole in the naming of their account on Microsoft. We'll get a picture together on the ground before we wrap things up, Nick. If I could figure out a way to... Well, I could pause it and then report them their account name. Probably a little 12-year-old punk. I had a funny name. Anyways, so yeah, do check those streamers out, definitely. What else? So yeah, I don't know what else to... Try not to point to that name. Let's look over here to the right. Boy, it is really quiet in here. Like, once you get up to the cruising altitude, it is... Yeah, it's... You know, obviously out here you have the engine noise, but inside the flight deck it is amazing. And look at that, we're still just sipping gas. We're only at 93%. So we've only used 7%. I think we used about 1 while we were taxiing and waiting for Mick to spawn in. So, yeah. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to... There we go. What else? Tomorrow we'll be back in Newark 52, departing from Ronki, heading to Kolkata. That's a straight shot, 177 nautical mile. There is a VOR DME near the airport where we're heading to in Kolkata. So we're not going to be turning left or right or anything like that. We're just going to take off, get on to our heading, and make our way down there. Thursday, General Aviation Thursday, if you want to fly with me. We are departing from Mountain Air. That's 2 November Charlie 0. It's a private airport in North Carolina. We're going to take off, go down the hill, take off, hang a left, and head to Chattanooga, Tennessee. That should be a nice little flight. We're only getting up to about 19,000 feet for that. So that is our plan for that one. And then on Friday, King Air 350i again, departing from Monterey, California, so Monterey Bay, up to Vacaville, the Nut Tree Airport. That should be a nice flight. And then Saturday, back in the P-38 Lightning, Olympia Regional, heading to Fairchild Air Force Base. Got a couple of legs for that one, 144 and 73 nautical miles. Sunday, Kit Fox, if you have a bush plane. We're going to do a bit of bush flying on Sunday. There's see, if you don't have the Kit Fox, you can't find. I just realized that. I just thought about that now. Well, that won't work. I'm gonna have to come up with something else. So we'll do a little bit of a bush flight on Sunday. I'm gonna have to rework that one. So if you want to do a bush flight on Sunday with me, more than welcome to. So yeah. So that's the week. If you haven't seen the schedule on Discord, that is the week we have ahead of us. The rest of it. So hopefully, if you want to join in, more than welcome to. If you just want to come in and hang out and watch, well, do that as well. So, yeah, by all means. So what I think we'll do on Sundays, we'll try to find some nice scenery to fly through, but it won't be like we're going to take off and loop around, because it's kind of difficult sometimes to do all that when there's a lot of, a bunch of people. So we'll find, kind of like bush flying, we'll find we'll take off from the little airport and we'll fly, fly over somewhere else, and kind of like what I did Sunday with the pontoon flight from Long Lakes down to Boston, something like that. Try to do some water flying, maybe landing and taking off on water. We're just now entering Washington airspace. Wow. So yeah, some of these are very close together. Now we're in that phase where there's going to be a bunch that are near each other, these waypoints, and then we'll then I think there's another stretch ahead of us where it'll be, you know, a couple hundred nautical miles apart or something like that. So yeah, first hour. So yeah, I think it's going to be about a 3-hour flight. We'll see. I think we're making fairly decent time. Wait until we're well farther south. So I have to admit, I don't know what I'd be curious to see the difference between the fuel consumption on the Airbuses, which apparently are supposed to be one of the most fuel efficient planes in the air right now, compared to anything from Boeing. What's the fuel for comparable aircrafts like this one and the Boeing 737? What's the especially the newer, the 737 or the 737 Max, for instance? What are the comparable fuel costs? I still think the Airbus wins in that category, but I could be wrong. All right, 6 people watching, only 2 people talking. Well, 3 including myself. So do say hello. Don't lurk too long. Come in and say hi. If you're nice enough, Mick might tell you about the cowboy boots that he's wearing, and that's all he wears. That and his Stetson. I don't know what this person on my you mean your right? I don't see anybody to your left, Nick. The person to your right? Yeah, I think somebody's they're trying to enter or they're trying to fly along with us, maybe. I don't know. I think they just want the attention on the stream somehow. Or, well, they probably don't know we're streaming. They just want the attention. So, I'm trying not to give them any attention. But it looks like they changed their planes to a 748. Which, I'm guessing that's a 747 Intercontinental or something. It says B748, so because the Intercontinental is the -8 version of the 747, so I think somebody's either they're trying to fly with us, Mick, or I don't know. You know, they're certainly not in our group, as far as I know. I know they're on the server, but you know, they can't just come into the group. Oh, it looks like they left. They got you up at 42,000 feet, Nick. That seems rather high for an A320. Yeah, that's very high for an A320. Did you make Mick, check your barometric pressure and make sure you set it to standard? Because you should have done that past 18,000 feet. I don't know if I told you that or reminded you. So check your barometric pressures, because I think you're at the where we were when we took off. So yeah, I don't see anybody to your left. I think we're, oh, that person's below. Okay, never mind. Doing what you're told. But check, you don't, they don't tell you to change it to standard. Click on that button where it says barometric pressure and then hit the X button so it goes to 29 or 9 or 2. I just want to make sure you're at the correct barometric pressure as well. It should say 29.9 or 2. But if you hit the X, there should be a button that you can put that'll automatically switch it to standard. Like for me, if I hit the X, if it's on something else other than 29 or 9 or 2 at this altitude, if I hit the X button, it will bring it to standard, and then it should say STD up here, standard, on that little right there. Hello, Mela. Welcome. Okay, I just want to make sure you were on that as well, Nick. Okay. How are you, Amela? Oh, before you ask, I had pork loin last night for dinner. I ate, oh my goodness. It was like, I talked to Dora for a bit on the phone. Yeah, I just answered you, Mela, before you. So yeah, we talked for about an hour, and then after that, I talked to my mom for a little bit. Apparently, my stepdad, God bless him, he wanted to break up some ice and decided to break it up on the glass stovetop that they have in there. They have a little island in the kitchen. So it's like one of those fancy glass stovetops. So he decided to try to break the ice on the glass stovetop and then broke the glass stovetop. So they were going to an appliance store or somewhere yesterday to talk about a replacement. Well, my mom told me, I was like, wow. Not like he put the block of ice in the sink or something like that. I'm doing well. Yeah. Yeah, things are good. Nick's with me. We're on our way down to Cancun. Continue to nuts. We got an STD, we got nuts, we got somebody with a rather questionable player name right there. I'm trying not to show it for too long. Yeah, so I was like, wow. Yeah, so I guess he just was like, he wanted to break up the ice really bad, so instead of putting it in the sink or something, he just decided. Like, so yeah, by the time I was like, I got to get dinner going, and then it was like 7. I put it in a little after 6, and it only took 45 minutes to cook. It wasn't like a huge pork loin ribeye. So so yeah, it didn't take very long to cook, and then I sat down and ate, and then my buddy, okay, so here's the deal, folks. Yeah, of all places, but it is what it is. It was just an expenditure they did not expect to have to have. Hold on just a second, folks. Okay, so now we're back. Um, no, it's the same as the A320, Amela. I'm in the A321 version, but it's the same flight deck. There's nothing different. Nothing at all. It's the same flight deck as the A320. So I think what Airbus did, which I think is good, the A319, the A320, and the A321, I think all have the same flight deck. So you can fly any of them. I think if as long as you're rated, you can get in here. You know where every button, knob, where everything is. It's not a huge difference at all. Or any, I don't think there's any difference necessarily. Yeah, it's not a bad price if you look online in the marketplace, Amela. It's there right now. It's had its few issues, but as Fish Guns pointed out earlier, the LVFR, the developer of it, is committed to continuing to improve the plane upon release. There is another update coming soon for it that they've been working on to get out there. So yeah, very, very awesome. So yeah, if you're just looking for another jetliner basically to fly, I would highly recommend this one. Anyway, so what was I saying? Oh yes, hold on a second. Fire department just went by. They were tooting the horn to get people out the way. Go figure. Anyway, so I've gotten back into Division 2, the game, the Division, the second game that's based out of DC and all that. So one of the guys that I used to play with, he was like, "Hey, come back into the game. We'll get you in a clan and all that." And I'm just like, "All right." I said, "I'll do it," but I said, "I don't know how long I'm going to stick around for. But I'll, glad to help out, whatever I can do in the meantime." But I said, I'm not gonna. This is not a long-term endeavor for me. But anyway, so he wanted to play. Oh, that game, yeah. So he wanted to play last night, so we did a few things, and then he got off. But I was like, when I looked at the time, I was just like, man, I ate a little bit later than I prefer. Luckily, I didn't have any kind of acid reflux, which normally would happen if I eat that late, but luckily I did not. So yeah, but it was just like between Doris and I talked for about an hour, or just over an hour. Monday she always tries to go home for her meal time so that her and I can talk on the phone. She's happy you're back, Mick. So yeah, she's very pleased that you're slowly getting back into action, and she's sad to hear about the heat wave over there in the UK. So she hopes everybody's well, though. So anyway, so yeah, we talked, and then I talked to my mom probably about maybe 20 minutes or so, but it was like, it just all seemed to add up. Then I think before that, I talked to my buddy in Vegas. It's just like, for whatever reason, Monday was like the day that everybody wanted to talk. Well, except that I called my mom just to see how things were, and they were heading back home, but they were stopping off somewhere to talk about the glass top range on the oven. Let's see if this person is still back there with us, or oh, yep. So they are climbing in altitude. As long as they stay behind us, all right. Here's what I can do now. That person is behind us. And we got a picture of Nick right in the air. Oops. some reason I don't see my plane now. Oh, there it is. Way over yonder. Oh, that's not what I wanted. So yeah, it is a little bit longer than the A320. They just extended the fuselage to add some more seats. According to the loading screen, this is the best-selling model of the A320 family. So you have the A319, the A320, and the A321. This is the one that most airlines prefer to have because you have the options of a normal. Yeah, this is a real world airline out of Mexico. I believe the Airbus. So yeah, I just figured you can see the Mexican flag right there, their national flag. So, oops. Yeah, I just figured I'd fly with this since we're flying to Mexico. So. Hopefully Doris sees it. But I know she listens to me more than she watches the stream. She just puts it on and just listens while she's working. So yeah, it's very much, if you know the A320 and you can fly the A320, you definitely can fly this. There's no, ooh, wow, a little bit of a stutter there. No significant difference at all that I can tell. So, but I think this one, according to the thing, said that it had its the prototype flew in February 2016. It was certified later in like December or something like that of 2016, and then the first delivery was sent to Virgin America in May of 2017. So this has only been flying for 5 years, but I think this is the newer version. But the fact that for this model in the sim, you get 4 models, but yes, they are. We've only been, so look, this is what I love, and so maybe I always gas up, but maybe I put too much gas in the tank. According to this, we've been flying an hour 19. We're only at 90%. We've only used 10% of our fuel since takeoff. That is pretty amazing. Absolutely amazing. So, yeah, they definitely are way more efficient, I think, than the Boeings. That's the one area where I think, well, it's not the one area. It's probably one of the major areas that Airbus is killing Boeing right now. So they are much easier. I think the operating costs on the Airbuses are way lower than they are on the Boeing aircraft. What was I going to say? So yeah, then I talked to my buddy. Yeah, it was a. The fuel use is engaged, Pamela. I put a full tank up. I tanked up before we departed, and it's very fuel efficient. That's the amazing part. So even if I had 75%, we still would have, I think, plenty of fuel to get there. And see, this is one of those things that where it comes into your calculating how much fuel you're going to need to get to your destination, plus have enough for your climb, and in case you have to go around. So I would say probably 75% would have gotten us there. Yes, if the gas runs out, we will crash. So yeah. So, but I don't expect that we would run out of gas. We just turned 89% fuel left. So we are just sipping gas right now. That is the amazing thing about this aircraft is that they are absolutely probably one of the most, I would say, the most fuel efficient aircraft available for an airline, for airlines, I should say. So yeah, I like it. It's I just wish there were, I wish there were some more Boeings, but to be honest, if we're gonna have Boeings, I prefer classic Boeings. I like the Airbus. I mean, it's very simple, like you said, it's very simple to fly. The everything is just way simpler. Hello, Patrice. How are you? Nice to see you. I'm really happy that you flew yesterday with me in the second flight of the day. It was nice to have you along. So nice to see you again. But yeah, this one is way simpler. Not a lot of, once you know how to fly an Airbus, it's like just very, you can just hop in and you're just like bing, 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 and you're ready to go. Or, I mean, that's the great thing. You can do a manual startup where you can put all the buttons for yourself. You can do everything, or you can do, like I do the automated list, and the plane just starts right up, and I'm ready to go. So, yeah, I think it's a truly amazing plane. The 737 for me, I feel like it's just kind of weird. Like all the buttons, like you got to go up here and you got to turn the battery on and this on and that on. It seems more complicated than it has to be. But I think that's how Boeing designs their systems. Whether they mean to or not. But yeah, excuse me, I'm going to get a sip of coffee here. But yeah, I do prefer this. When I got this, I was like, I really want to do it on one of the streams. And so this kind of just presented itself. So I was like, ooh. And then with the Viva Aerobus, it was just a no-brainer to use this livery today. See if that person is still out there. Did we lose him? I think we lost him. We outran them. Or maybe they flew the other way. We're flying south. They flew north. So we just check to make sure they're not up in the sun. Nope. I think we finally got rid of them on the city. They're gone. Thank goodness. Let me just check below as well, just to make sure they're not hiding anywhere. We had a person that was on the server that had it was a rude, the way that they had their game tag, the gamer tag or whatever. It was a rude how they spelled things. So not too big for me. What the A321? That's not that big. It's just a little bit longer than the A320. Yeah, I'm good. We just had a person with a rather goofy gamer tag that, well, it wasn't goofy, it was just, it was unnecessary. So they were flying kind of near us, but I think we finally ditched them, so we can be outside and see more. No, this is a nice plane to fly. It's really good. But anyway, so yeah, it's I don't know where we're going with that now. But yeah, if I go into the 737 right now, of course it's the Braddock 737. Not the PMDG 737, but I feel like I'm lost in that plane. The flight deck is just too, all the stuff for the startup just doesn't make much sense to me sometimes. But if we're going to get older Boeing planes, I prefer the older Boeing. Well, if we're going to get Boeing planes in the future, I prefer the older ones. Only because then it's just a much, I think it'd be a more fun experience. Some of the old, early days of Boeing, like post-war. Well, Mr. Addies, hello. I did not expect you here because I know you're all wrapped up with Joe and the new Isle of Wight released today or last night or however it was. So I did not expect you here. I thought you would just be over there the whole day today into tomorrow morning and throughout the rest of the week and the rest of the month and maybe even the rest of the year. So Mick is flying with me today. There he is. This is Mick and I right now on our way to Cancun. Mick's got his cowboy boots and his Stetson ready for Cancun. He's ready to hit the beach, sip some margaritas. I did not expect you today, Joseph, to be honest. For sure you would be permanently engaged in the Joe stream. But that's okay. I'm glad you're here. Yeah. Back in the pool later. Yeah. I was telling my mom that too, and she said that they had heat similar to yours the last couple of days, Mick, in Northern California. It was up to about 104 degrees during the day. But they, so they were a bit miserable when they had to get out and run errands. But I think they were trying to do as much as they could when they were out, just so that they didn't have to keep going out, if at all possible. So, they're much older now, and that sort of heat just drains them, I think. It can zap their energy very quickly, and they can become dehydrated very quickly as well. So yeah, they're experiencing the same thing you are, but the only difference is that their house they have AC built in. Their heating and air conditioning is all in one unit. And they can, but they what they usually do is, like, they won't turn on the AC until they'll turn it on for a while, but they'll keep it at a temperature where it doesn't like hit them on the energy bill. Plus, they do have solar panels, so whatever energy they store from the solar panel, they can kind of use that towards the AC, I guess, maybe. So, but yeah, that's the only difference. But yeah, it sucks. Here last night, finally the temperature broke a little bit. We did get a rainstorm, and finally it felt like there was some cool air coming in. But it didn't seem like it lasted for long. It's sunny out, a little bit hazy, but some areas had tornado warnings yesterday. He's here a bit early. I figured he was here late, Nick. He's not here early. Honestly, I'm not joking. I'm not trying to be funny. I did not expect Joseph at all in the chat today. At all. Oh, check this out. In the Phoenix, that's right. Captain Arsh flew in the Phoenix A320 the other day. In the Phoenix A320, you can actually open this window. It'll slide back. Like you move this, it moves back here, and then the window pops and slides back along this rail here. and then you can open it. Like, you know, if you're handing stuff over, you know, like if you're handing down maintenance paperwork or handing, you know, whatever it is. And then they do have a like an iPad here in this little set area. Well, he kind of pissed off the air traffic control. Oh, we're talking Jacksonville. Oh, that's good. We're making good time, I think. If we're already talking to Jacksonville, we're cooking with Crisco right now. We're not using a whole lot of fuel. So I'm guessing that's Viva Aerobus's actual call sign is Aero and Leases. Yeah, he's still in the air. He's right over there. Yeah, he was getting a little fussy, or ATC was getting fussy with him, not the other way around. So he had to drop. He was up at 22,000 feet. He had to drop down to 18, and then finally now he's up at 42, which is, I think that is way higher than the A320 would normally operate at. Like significantly higher. So that's like that's strange. Sometimes, yeah. I think Mick felt like, hey, am I married to the air traffic controller or something? You're talking to me like we're married. I don't like that. I didn't agree to this. I didn't say I do. What's wrong? All right, we still have 119 nautical miles to the next waypoint. Yeah, that's what I say when ATC starts getting snappy with me. You're like, hey, whoa, we're not married. We're not in this kind of relationship. No, I did not say I do. We didn't go to the altar. Don't be talking to me like we're married. What else? I forgot where we were going. Oh well. Yeah, it is. We've had, yeah, it's been a smooth flight. Even with the live weather on, it's been fantastic right now. Have not had any real turbulence or anything. Knock on wood. Knock on fake wood even. Cruising down to the Gulf of Mexico. We're going to cut across the Gulf of Mexico. Fly into Mexico. And left. That is the plan. Coming up in the near future. So 320 nautical miles, that's what we're looking at ahead. So if you look here, so these seem to be fairly close together. They might be a little bit scattered apart, but from here, that's going to be the next big length of the flight, I think, and that will take us over the Gulf of Mexico, I believe. So, yeah, we still got quite a bit of flying. Oh, Mick, Joseph, did you buy the 484? Did you get the new Isle of Wight line last night or this morning? Oh, there's a switch for something here, and I don't know if that's a light or if that's a little fan. Huh. It looks like a fan of some kind. He's in... okay. Joseph and the 484 are going to get married. Joseph and the 484 sitting in the tree. Oh, I should have... Oh, let me let the passengers out of their seats so they can run to the loo. Since the flight's been pretty stable. I should have done that a long time ago. You know, if Glenn was in the chat, Joseph, he'd say, oh, wait a minute. I don't think Lucy would appreciate you getting married to the 484, Joseph. She might try to stop that wedding. Well, if you're enjoying it, that's all that matters. I did pop in on Joe. He was just getting ready to wrap up, I think, because he was pulling into Shanklin. I think it was Shanklin. It was all at the end where you'd normally terminate the run. Not at the pier, but at the other end. So, yeah, it does look interesting. I don't know that I would buy it, to be honest. So, now here's the question, and maybe Mela can answer this more than anybody. So with the new locomotive and the updated route, is there also updated collectibles, or do you have to go find collectibles all over again? Because it's technically a new route, even though they basically used, I guess modeled the route over the old one. I don't know. But yeah, do you know if they did the collectible thing or no? If there's more collectibles to get. Have you seen the pictures from the James Webb Telescope? Oh, yes. Captain Arish had posted some on his Discord. They do look amazing. You can even go inside the signal box. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I have seen those, Mick. It is absolutely fascinating. I did see, and I don't know if you've seen this before yet or not, Mick. There's a guy who did an interview or something with Elon Musk where they talked about the evolution of their rocket engines and how they have, since they built these engines, they have made them more efficient and with less parts as well. They walked into this huge warehouse-like area and had all these rocket engines, and Elon was talking about the designs kind of and what they were doing and all that kind of stuff. It was really fascinating, and I appreciate what I like the most, whether you like Elon Musk as a person or not, the fact that he's willing to show people what he's doing with SpaceX and all that. I think is absolutely amazing. He doesn't have to let people, anywhere near any of that stuff or whatever, but the fact that he's willing to show people his they have, exactly, but the output still is amazing with the smaller yes, Patrice, with the smaller engine, they're able to get more out of it. Mick said that. So many galaxies with so many stars and probably planets, it's hard to think. Yeah, I would agree with that. It is very possible we are not alone. We just don't know to what extent we are not alone. Not 100% sure we want to find out the hard way. But yeah, but it is amazing, and I appreciate the fact that he is willing to talk to people and show people what they're doing, and the amount of technology that they've developed since SpaceX started, I think is phenomenal. He just it's like he seems like a father talking about his kids, in a way. Yeah, I think that's awesome that he gave that person access to all that. Yes, I do, Amilla. Yeah, I did buy that. It's fun. It's like the passenger version of Oakville Subdivision. It doesn't take long to get from one end to the other, and and then you're done. Like one service, you're done like within maybe 30 minutes. And then if you just go back and forth, after a while, you're like, okay, I think I got bored now, But it is an interesting route. I like the old one. I remember seeing online when they retired those train systems finally, and it should have been a massive celebration and all that, but because of the pandemic, they couldn't, and that's sad because it deserved to have a proper send off, and it was sad that we had to watch it online. Basically, only the railroad or the employees there, I think, were the only ones allowed to be there. It was just sad that not everybody, the people who have that history with the long Isle of Wight, that line, who grew up in the area and may have ridden that thing for decades. But his Rocky, yes, Mick, exactly. And I think that's the wonderful thing too, is he doesn't just say, oh, we're doing this and that's it. No, he wants people, because I think, kind of change the subjects here because we're talking about two different things. The thing is, I think he wants people to get interested in science and technology again, in like engineering and all that. Because if people can, especially young people, if they can say, oh, I get what he's doing and I want to be a part of that. That's the key. I think he wants to get people excited about that sort of stuff again. And I think for some people it resonates. They're like, man, he's doing a lot of stuff. I want to work for that company. I want to go get my engineering degree. I want to be a part of this, because it's not just what they're doing, taking people up or taking supplies up to the International Space Station. He's looking farther than that, going to Mars, I think. So right now, if people are interested in being a part of that history-making endeavor, they better get on board soon, because then they can say, hey, I was part of this, and it would be an amazing accomplishment, I think, if they were able to do it and be a part of it. So yeah, I really like that about him. Yeah, that's the greatest thing. But yeah, so getting back to the Isle of Wight, yeah, it's just sad that the people who had been, who grew up in the area, have lived there their entire lives, they couldn't be a part of that. Yes, exactly, Nick. Yeah. But yeah, it just the emotion of the moment when those old systems were retired, basically the tube stock or whatever they were, just didn't have the same impact. If there had been people lined up at the stations and and all that, it just didn't have that same. like, you know, if you go to your last game at a ballpark or a football pitch or baseball stadium or whatever, and you know it's the last game there ever, and because they're going to, you know, the new stadium's being built and all that kind of stuff. The fact that you were there for the last game, you're tied to that forever. You're tied to that memory. And if you ever see any kind of documentary or anything that suggests, you know, you were at this stadium, you know, like you have that memory. And of course, because there's an emotional attachment to it. I think, unfortunately, the people in the area were robbed of that emotional attachment and able to express it because of the pandemic. I think that's the unfortunate part. But, you know, it is what it is. You know, the people who work for the Isle of Wight line, certainly they were able to have their emotional send off, but the average person was not able to do that. Even if you were watching it online, it's not the same. It's not the same. But I agree, Mick. I think he doesn't leave. He wants to break things down because I think his intent is to try to get young people excited about technology and engineering and all those things. I think that's either, whether that's his true intention or not, I think that's what he's invariably, that's what he's doing, is he's trying to get more young people working for SpaceX, because they're going to be the future of the company after he's gone. He wants people who have that vision and have that drive like he does, I think. Because if he leaves, if he passes away, and that there is no vision, then it'll be all for nothing, you know. Unfortunately, it seems like. But yeah, I do appreciate that about him, that he takes the time and all that to talk to people, to explain his plans, or you know, the technology that they developed over the years and all that. It is absolutely fascinating, I think. All right, according to this chronometer right there, we've been in the air about an hour 48. Oh, that's easy. Oh, I did not. I thought this was the flight time. The chronometer is actually up here, but I don't think the chronometer works. Nope. Oh, okay. I thought this was the... Oh, maybe it is. I don't know. UTC right now is 12. Yeah, okay, so that's correct. Huh. Interesting. So yeah, we still got quite a bit of flying to go. We're just hitting, coming up to Alpha Lima Delta here, and then we'll have another waypoint to navigate to. But you know, it's great that they just didn't fold up the Isle of Wight line and say, well, it was great while it lasted, and now, you know, no more services or anything. You know, we're not going to put a new line together. It's just, it's done. It's dead. So it's good that they kind of reinvigorated it and put a new system, you know, passenger system on there that should last. Well, I should say should last, but I don't know that it will, because if you look at the design of the what is it, the 38 stock or whatever it was called, I think, I can't remember. That thing lasted forever because it was very, even though they were running out of parts and it was hard to keep things going, it was a very basic design. There wasn't a lot of electronics or anything. It was very just stripped down, you know, stripped down passenger train. And the fact that it lasted far longer than it was probably designed to, I think, is a testament to the design itself. But the 484 is probably not going to last maybe a decade before it gets replaced. Maybe 5 years. Because things like that aren't built to last anymore. That's the unfortunate part, I think. That's why you cars that were built back, a long time ago, that before all this electronic fuel injection and stuff like that, cars were built to last. And like a buddy of mine, he said he always would buy an older Beetle. He would fix it up, he'd drive it for a while, and then but he could find a refurbished engine for the Beetle, and he would, if the engine was going bad, he would just yank that engine out and put a refurbished one in, and he could just keep driving it as long as he had a fresh engine and maintain the transmission. He could drive it forever, and the body, as long as you take care of the body and all that car will last you a lifetime and then some. The newer Beetle doesn't last for shit, probably. So yeah, it's things aren't built to last anymore. I'm sure anywhere, if I find like a Beetle, the classic Beetle from the 60s, the person who probably owns it, either it was their parents' car or their grandparents' car, and it's just it continues to this day. But the newer one, I've seen a couple of the newer ones, but I don't see them very often, because I just don't think they're worth the money. The name, they got people excited, oh, the Beetle, yay, but it doesn't have that, it doesn't feel the same. I don't feel, if you look at the older one and the newer one, it's just kind of like, there's nothing exciting about the newer one. But it works. Some people are like, ooh, the Beetle, yay. But it's all, it's not built to last like the older one is. And if you take care of the older one, it will last you forever, I think. The old engines were great. If it broke down, yes. Yep, exactly, Mick. And not only that, but you can, once you got home, you could repair it yourself. You can pull it apart, fix it, put it back together, and it works. My friend about the Beetle, he said I buy vehicles that don't have electronic fuel injection or anything electrical, so that way, if anything happens, I can fix it myself. On average, he said I can pull it apart, find the problem, fix it. Whether he said I'll go to a junkyard and pull it apart, or if I have to, he said that I prefer to use go to the junkyard and pull the part that will still work before I order a new one. He said the older one I feel will last a lot longer. The newer one probably will not last. Yep. Exactly. So let's see, we are 13 lots. Looks like we got a bit of a headwind here. Nobody else around Mick and I. Just cruising along down to Cancun. Still got quite a bit of flying to go. I think we should should start to see, pretty soon we should see the coastline of the Gulf of Mexico, I think. That should be coming up soon. Yeah, so it's kind of like the electrification of the Peninsula Corridor. You know, it's necessary, but also where was it? Oh, yeah. So the problem though is with like the Peninsula Corridor and turning everything electric. The power grid system in the Bay Area is not stable. PG&E does not have. How are they going to power an electric train system if they have brownouts that affect the average resident? It doesn't make sense. You know, they could have kept, or what they could have done was, there are more efficient, fuel efficient, and less impact on the environment biodiesel electric locomotives that they could have created a system around, I think, that wouldn't have had an impact on the power grid system of the Bay Area. But they're convinced that this is the future. But they, if even almost 20 years ago, well, yeah, about 17 years ago or 16 years ago, they could not, they were already rolling brownouts in the Bay Area and throughout, well, at least the Bay Area and other parts of California, because PG&E could not, their systems are outdated and they don't really replace anything. They just kind of throw some duct tape on it and call it good. You know. So I don't know how they're going to do that. I had a warning message of failure on my car. He plugs the computer, erased the message, and it cost me 100 euros. It took 5 minutes, but the car is okay now. Yeah, but the fact that they charged you 100 euros for a 5-minute job, which they probably knew that this error message was a glitch in the system, and they just reset it. The fact that they charged you, I think, is wrong, because it's a problem with the manufacturer of that car. That should be a free thing, I think, but no. But yeah, I think they could have done something better for the Peninsula Corridor, but they're committed to the electrification, spending all that money. Oh, there's the coast of Florida, I think. So yeah, we should be over the Gulf soon. I know that's the east coast right there. If we're talking to Jacksonville, we must be either in Florida or yeah, I think we're in Florida right now. So we should be seeing the Gulf of Mexico here soon. Yeah, we're doing really good, I think, on time. I don't think it's going to take, well, I don't want to say it's going to take the full 3.5 hours. We may get there. It may take that long. It might be a little bit shorter. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, thank you all for coming in and hanging out today. If you're enjoying the flight, got a couple people are just lurking. So thank you to my subscribers. Thank you to everybody that's involved with the channel. Greatly appreciate it. We do try to fly 7 days a week, when possible. There's a link to the Discord It's not a chatty Discord. It's more that I can convey information to you viewers if I'm not going to be streaming or whatever. I will put together the route for tomorrow. Well, not so much the route. It's just a straight shot, but I'll put all the pertinent information for that if anybody wants to fly tomorrow. Back in the Junkers 52-3M, we're going to steer clear of the retrofit now that we are navigating, I think, a lot better than we were before, and trusting the systems and all that. So yeah, we'll be back tomorrow in the Junkers 52-3M, going from Ronchi to Kolkata. So do join us for that if you want to. Looking at you, Mr. Addies. I think he's so in love with the 484 he's going to forget about everything else for the time being until that relationship sours. Then he has to file for divorce. Going over Stafford now. Okay. Since I don't have the city names on, I don't know exactly where they are. But we're just going to keep plugging along here. Like I said, we should see... I know we got to be near Florida or over Florida because we didn't talk to Atlanta Center. We went to Jacksonville Center. Okay, so we have 278 nautical miles to our next waypoint, our nav point right there. So I think, if I had to guess, that should put us somewhere over, I think, I could be wrong, I'm kind of guessing here, that we should be over the Gulf of Mexico by that point. We're pretty close to it. Interesting, Nick's got all that cloud cover over there. I've got cloud cover coming up. But from this direction, it almost seems like the Gulf of Mexico, the coastline is right up there, but I don't think it is. Well, yeah, we've had... It's been a good flight overall, I think. Not had any sort of turbulence or anything like that. We have a idle hands over here to the right side. Sure who that is, but So yeah, we got still got a bit flying to go before we get into over into Mexico. Can't look much farther than the beyond the that nav point that we're heading to, 263 nautical miles. All right, Patrice, take care. Thanks for stopping by. Nice to see you. We'll catch you later. Ooh. Ooh, boy. That was a good stretch. We're just cruising along here. I think I'm going to use this opportunity, since we've got quite a bit of distance to go to our next point. I'm going to hop out here and let you keep an eye on Mick. I will be back in just a moment. Okay, well, at least Mick's still in the sky. I'm still in the sky. Idle Hands is still in the sky. Not sure who that is, but okay. So yeah, we're just cruising along here. Just getting towards our next navigation point. I think I'm going to grab me a snack real quick. Okay, I'm back. Devoured those Pop-Tarts real quick. It's been in my tummy. Not the most healthy thing to eat, but just need something for the energy. Probably would be better if I had some fruit. Like that. Yep, I knew exactly, Bella. I better put it in. I know you too well, Amela. Server is pretty empty, which is good. A lot of people when we took off from Newark Liberty, it seems like the server is since emptied. We don't have anybody other than this idle hands on the same server as us. I'm not sure if they are heading to the west or to the north or anywhere or heading towards us. I don't know. But there's Nick way over there. Just cruising along. He's got his feet up in his cowboy boots. He's got his Stetson on to keep his head cool. As long as the flight attendant keeps bringing him some Southern Comfort and Coke, he's just fine. Probably not the best thing to be drinking in this heat, though. I wonder if Mr. Addies is still lurking around here, or did he go back? Is Joe live again? He's back with Joe. He made his little quick appearance here. He'll probably be back again for the landing. That's it. Okay, that looks like a coastline there. He's in his crazy golf last night. Mr. Addies, what are you like today? Oh, homemade healthy snacks. Nice. I have to admit, I don't remember the last time I had homemade snacks, except if they were cookies or probably nothing really healthy, but Johnny Farnes. Yeah, I don't know. It's usually for, I don't know if you had like homemade banana bread or something like that. I guess that'd be kind of healthy. Or home, like just bought fruit and put it in, made it into your own little like fruit cocktail or fruit bowl. Some melons, some grapes, some strawberries, sort of stuff. Maybe with a little bit of cream, possibly. No? Ooh, you know what would sound good is a strawberry banana shake. onion bread. Oh, onion bread sounds good. Yeah, there was a, what was the name of that place? There was a place in California, and I think they were starting to kind of go nationwide. But it's a place you can go and get a shake, like it's supposed to have like all kinds of good protein and stuff like that. You could get different flavors. I'd usually always get the strawberry banana. That was my favorite. They had like the whey grass. You could grind that up and put it into a. You could get your whey grass shot, or whatever it's called, weed whey. What was the name of that place? I used to go there all the time, just about when I worked in Mountain View. There was one not too far from where I worked, but it was good. Like, it was good stuff, but it was getting expensive. I don't know if they're still in business now. Yeah, that whole thing was kind of popular in California for a while. These protein shakes and flavors, and you can get like a booster of some kind, an energy boost, and it was all like supposed to be all like vitamin based stuff and all that. But yeah, it was pretty good. I'll probably remember the name later on. But yeah, that was some good stuff. I remember they had one opened up down in Chico, not far from where my folks live. Because, it was one of those kind of, oh, that sucks. It was one of those places like, most college kids would want to go and get something healthy, like a shake of some kind, if they didn't want to make it themselves. A lot of people would buy, if you get a blender, you put in bananas, strawberries, some oats and stuff like that. You can make your own, basically. Some ice and a little bit of cream or something, or like soy milk or something like that. All that healthy stuff, and then blend it, and that's your. Most people would have that for like their breakfast. Or maybe that in a protein bar of some kind. I tried that once and I'm just like, no, I need something more than that. That's just not gonna work for me. We've had 4 viewers. I think we are up to about 7 or 8 there at one point. So I'm guessing at least one of those viewers is not Mr. Joseph Adams. Mr. Joseph Adams, you're being requested. Your presence is requested. The principal's office. Joseph Adams, to the principal's office, please. Yeah, I like strawberries every once in a while. They are pretty good. So there we are. We are heading over into the Gulf of Mexico. So our waypoint is either going to be somewhere in the Gulf or at the edge of Mexico itself. I don't think I have any allergy to any fruits that I know of. I like blueberries, boysenberry, all that stuff. Strawberries, grapes, melons, cantaloupe. See, I can't eat all that stuff by itself. If it's in one of those like little containers with all the different fruit in there, I'll eat the whole thing. But cantaloupe by itself, for instance, no. But some people swear by that for breakfast. Not me. No thanks. So let's see how much farther we got to go. 145 nautical miles to that waypoint. So let's just see. Let's zoom out here all the way to 320. Oop, more. So we got, there's that point, and then we have 2 more beyond that. I'm not sure what the distance is. It should be a bit. Hold on a second. Let's see. Get a little bit closer there. Let's see. So that looks like about 63, and then 50 or 42. So yeah. Still get a bit of flying to go, and then before we know it, we will start our arrival into Cancun. Start descending and prepare for our landing. Over the Gulf of Mexico we go. Oh, there's that idle hands. Look how it is made their way. We might be going to the east coast there. We're going to Atlanta or Orlando or Jackson, probably Orlando. I have to admit the way that, the way that the sun circles in this game are absolutely amazing. You just, when it comes right, you just get this amazing that's kinds of nice pictures today, I think. If I had a decent little photo printer, I would probably print some of these out and send them use them as postcards. I have no such thing here. See, that's something that Microsoft ought to do. If you think about it, like you take pictures and Flight Sim, that you can send it to fellow Microsoft user as a postcard or something. I remember in most airlines, and I don't know if they still do or not, they used to have like postcards, you know, like it came in a little in the seat back, usually with all the safety information and whatnot. There would be postcards of for the airline, like Delta or United or TWA or whatever it was, that you could collect. You know, I think that's pretty cool. Of course, they probably don't do that anymore. I don't think they do, actually. Maybe if you go to the website, you might be able to order some. I'm sure you can find them on eBay, but it'd be all the classic stuff, which would be pretty cool. Excuse me. 108. Wait, 110? 110. 109 now to our next waypoint. We are over the water, over the Gulf of Mexico. If we have a sudden water landing, it's everybody for themselves. There may or may not be a flotation device under your seat. There may or may not be life rafts that are also slides. Do try to take everything you can with you, including the person next to you's belongings. You never know. If we are going to crash, certainly get on your cell phone and say goodbye to your loved ones. At least we have a known position where we were last at. This has been your warning about our flight over the water. Thank you. If you have any other questions, please direct them to Joseph Adams. He'd be happy to answer them for you. Now, so these are lights. If I look at this, they have that same sort of that little weird thing on the bottom of it. I'm not sure what that's supposed to be. I guess that's supposed to be like the lens of the light or something. Like the, you know, if you twist it, it'll get darker, or, you know, it'll be very dim or very bright depending on how. It's kind of a weird thing, but it looks pretty cool. So yeah, definitely. Well, let's see if we can. Oh, we can't really see the dome lights. That's what it looks like. It would be part of the dome light. Well, those are the dome lights, I think. But anyway, let's have a look here ahead of us. Still no land in sight. Where, oh where is the land at? Where, oh where can it be? It seemed like this was supposed to be the shortest route across the Gulf of Mexico into landfall in Mexico proper. I think, but I feel kind of like that waypoint is on the somewhere just on the coast or a little bit inland in Mexico. So that's kind of looking ahead there. Some more waypoints ahead of us there. 320 nautical miles. I think that person was heading maybe to Jacksonville or to Orlando or something. I don't think they're flying with us necessarily. Well, at least not. I didn't invite them to the group. They're just on the server. Nick's way over there still. He got his feet kicked up on the dashboard. Got some Iron Maiden playing in the background. Yeah, that's pretty cool that I had forgotten that they had that Iron Maiden livery in the Eurofighter. That's pretty cool though. Glad you really like that. Now in the Phoenix Airbus, you can actually move these armrests out the way. Then of course there is that iPad there that's actually usable. Be nice if we had all that here, but maybe if we're nice, maybe if we're good little simmers, maybe they'll get it to us for Christmas this year. But you have to be a good simmer. You can't be bad. Can't be disregarding the ATC. If you do, you're naughty. You'll be on the naughty list until next year. That's okay. I used to break. I would just do whatever. I'd just be like, no, I'm going to start descending here. I didn't even think about the fact that you just have to request the lower altitude, the decrease. Then it was like, oh, if I do that, then it's okay. I just do it on my own, on the other hand, I'm a bad pilot. Terrible. Dirty pilot. Well, 5 people watching again. Thank you all. Hopefully you're well. Don't say hello. I can't wish you... Well, I wish you a good day regardless. It'd be nice if I can acknowledge you individually. I think... Oh, Miami Center now. Wow. Cigar. Going to cigar. Yeah, we should be talking to... I want to say Cancun Center pretty soon. I think we would be. Let's see if maybe we're going to Miami Center. Let's see if we can just get close to the engine there, just to see what's on the side, any kind of information about the engine type. Which is weird, because normally they put like the power plant name on it. Pratt & Whitney. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at we're outside, so close to the wing. Oh! You know, it's interesting, if you get a little bit close, it's not like, not everything is completely flat. It just looks that way from here, but if you get it at a weird angle, kind of got its own, there's like very minute sort of differences, but from a distance it looks all like correct. Interesting. See how we're there on the flight deck. There we are. Oh, you numpties. That's a little. Oh, we got passengers. Look at that. We got some passengers on the plane. Uh-oh. You better believe me. We got actual passengers. Actual passengers. They're not in every seat, but, you know, at least there's a couple faces along the way. It's cool. Flight recorders here. Oh, interesting. I did not know that's where the flight recorders are. Well, now we learned something new. I don't know if that's true or not. That's what it says. Nope. Well, I guess maybe on both sides. You can access it either way, maybe. So it looks like they kind of did this at a lower resolution. So at a distance, it looks all good, but if you get a little bit closer, it gets a little bit fuzzy, of course. But, you know, I think overall it looks good. All right, 29 nautical miles to our waypoint there. So we'll see if we are over land here shortly. May not be. This might just be one of those points out in the middle of nowhere that is for navigation purposes. A small island or something, maybe a buoy, I don't know. Just kind of check my messages. Any emails that I absolutely need to read, or if it's just all garbage, which it usually is. All that garbage out. 12 nautical miles. Still don't see land yet. Whew. Glad I caught that in time. Oh, had to mute myself, almost sneezed in everybody's ear. Oh, let me go get a tissue. I need to blow my nose. Alright, all set. Sorry about that. person no longer doing this. I guess they landed over in Miami somewhere maybe, or somewhere back in Florida. Maybe they crashed. I don't know. Right, slight turn there towards our next waypoint. 63 nautical miles. Let's see if we go all the way out to the 320 nautical mile. So we should be making landfall here pretty soon, I would think. Be my guess. Still quite a bit of flying left ahead of us. It very well may be about a 3.5 hour flight. Maybe 4, because we have been in a headwind for quite some time, so it did slow us down. So this might be a bit of a longer flight than anticipated. Hopefully everybody's enjoying it. I know it's not the most exciting thing to have the plane fly itself all this time. Thank you again, Mick, for popping in. Join in on the flight for Doris here to Cancun. She'll listen to this tomorrow. Today she will listen to the flight we did yesterday, including all the fun stuff there with the fighter jets. I think one of the things I would like to do today, if possible, is I'd like to get in and try the F-35 out off stream, of course, the B model, to take off and then come around somewhere and then land, but try to use that, activate that system. I think if I activated it earlier, we would have had a much better landing. But I'm not. I think that's what would have happened, but I don't know. Landfall must be out here somewhere ahead of us. I don't see a coastline yet. It might be kind of behind that cloud cover. Not a lot of clouds here. Kind of little puffy clouds here and there. All low-level stuff. I have a sneaking suspicion, though, that when we start descending into Cancun, it's once we drop below that cloud layer or get into it, it's going to be a little bit of a bumpy ride, I'm guessing. So I think we're more than halfway to our destination, and we only used up, we still got 76% of our fuel left, so this plane is absolutely amazing on the gas mileage. Not sure what we'll have left when we get ready to land. There is you are supposed to be a certain weight when you land. I don't know that there's a fuel dump system here. I would think there would be, but I don't know where it is. Maybe up by, where's the fuel pumps? It's a fuel pump. Huh. Yeah, I don't know if there's a way to, like, dump fuel. That's fuel pump 1 or 2. So 1 is right. So 1, 2. 2. So there's the fuel pumps. All those fuel pumps are on. No, maybe there isn't a dump button. I would think there would be. Let's see, we can't find it. Oh, we're just kind of cruising along here. Feed is closed. That's kind of weird because you would think it would be open so that the plane is balanced out. Why would the battery be off? Doesn't seem right. That'd be a way to select fuel dump. I'm not seeing it. It's fire stuff. Well, maybe there isn't one. Huh. Okay. Oh well. I know usually there is some kind of a way to dump fuel. Or maybe it would be in the, like a systems menu or something. So there's a fuel. Well, everything seems to be balanced. Interesting. Well, we'll leave that on just so that we have something else to gander at every so often. Still no landfall yet. So the Gulf of Mexico. Just reached this waypoint. The next one is 45 nautical miles. All right, so let's take a look at this. So we have this point here, Minnow, and we have another point here, PIS 80. Papa India Sierra Alpha Delta. Beyond that, Zudan, X-ray Uniform Delta Uniform November, is the beginning of our arrival portion. And we need to be at roughly flight level 230 by the time we get there. So we look at that. So 1072 and 1195. Oh, let's see how far apart those are. That's 123 nautical miles. So about halfway or more than halfway 2 are from Minnow to Pisad. We will need to start dropping some altitude. So about maybe when we're about 40 nautical miles away, we'll start dropping down, and then we'll be maybe not. Okay, so 1384. There's still quite a bit of distance. 1384 minus 1195. That's 180. Okay, so we will start descending once we're between Pisad and Zudan. So we'll start making our little drops in altitude there along the way. We have a lot of distance between the two, so we don't want to go down early. We don't want to start descending too early. We want to try to get there, be where we need to be on time, all that. So yeah, that's our plan. So yeah, because in the past, what I've done is I panic, and then I got to start descending now. No, we still got quite a bit of flying left to do, a lot of distance to cover still. But that Zudan is our the arrival point for our arrival into Cancun. So remember, we have the standard instrument departure, which was port 422 right. This is our standard, the arrival part, the star, basically. I can't remember what the star, airport route, standard traffic airport route, I think it is, something like that. I could be wrong. I think that's what it is, though. Anyway, so once we are there, then we will start, continuing our descents as needed, and then we'll be lining up for arrival into Cancun. We'll be wrapping things up for the day. Been a bit of a long one. That's okay. And a great flight overall. No major issues. Nothing has failed. Nothing. Better knock on wood. Everything has gone very smooth. Let the flight attendants know that they can get do another quick service there in the cabin, and then start to clean up, trash collected up, so that we can get ready to land. Definitely have more than enough fuel to get there. We've only used 25% fuel so far. So yeah, I think I overloaded the fuel. We probably could have made it like on 60, maybe 70% total in the tank, and then we would have had, I think, enough for our I know there was a brake fan thing there. Houston. Wow, okay. That's interesting. That was not an area I was expecting to talk to. Pisad, see? Alright, well, we have the 122 nautical miles to Pisad. So, it's cruising right along still. We're still over the Gulf of Mexico, but apparently we are in Houston Center airspace, still making our way towards Mexico. We're still over the Gulf of Mexico. Houston is somewhere around, I think, over this way, maybe a little bit behind us. So, of course, if we had an emergency, we could divert to Houston. Thank you, Nick, for flying with me today. Appreciate it. I know Doris will be happy that you were along for the flight. She'll be grinning ear to ear right now. And then she'll say, Guero. Oh, Guero. Probably like, oh, he already knows what I'd say too. My glass is clean. Seems like with all this crazy weather, my glasses are just attracting little bits of dust, and it's like they just cannot get them off my glass lenses here. Clean them real quick. While we keep an eye on Mick. Make sure he doesn't go falling out the sky. 5 viewers in right now. Thank you all for coming in, hanging out. Hopefully you are enjoying the flight. We took off from Newark Liberty about 7:30 this morning. We are on our way down to Cancun, Mexico. We have an Airbus A321neo, the best-selling part of the A320 family. Best-selling plane. We have officially broken the record for UK, but no energy to be jumping around cheering. Yeah, I don't doubt it, Nick. But you should just stand up and go like, yay, and then sit back down. So, is it by like later this week it's supposed to break and the temperatures are supposed to kind of start returning to normal? Is it like a Thursday or something like that? Or is it still like now they're changing their forecast? Which that is notorious in this area in California. I had some water instead. Well, that's always a good option. Was it somebody in Joe's chat the other day when I popped in and he was doing, I think it was on Isle of Wight, the old line. And they said, so what are your plans, what are your tips for survival for the heat? I said, drink water, change socks. Try to take, you can put a washcloth on the back of your neck. Not a ice cold one, but a nice cool washcloth that'll help you keep the temperature down, your body temp. Kind of help relieve the feeling of the heat. We'll drop from 2 or from tomorrow, but still in the 30s. Okay. So at least it's on the downtrend, hopefully, from there on out. So then he said, well, why would I change my socks? I said, well, as a medic, we'd always recommend people change their socks, no matter what's going on. But if you're sweating and you're wearing socks, you should change your socks, let your feet dry out, because if you wear socks for an extended period of time, your feet are sweating. You take your socks off finally, your feet are going to be all nasty. So take the socks off, put some powder on your feet. Keep your feet dry. Keep your underwear dry. Can't go wrong with that. Drink plenty of water. Steer clear of the alcohol. Steer clear of the junk food. At ease. Looking at you, Joseph. Steer clear of the junk food. Eat, but eat healthy. Eat healthy snacks. Maintain your sodium levels so that way the water has something to stick to. Stay hydrated. Can't go wrong with mixed, can of mixed nuts, like with peanuts, walnuts, cashews, almonds. Have a couple handfuls of those every so often. The natural salt in there, try to get them low sodium, but the natural salt should help you maintain your hydration. Yeah, definitely want to steer clear of the alcohol today, or for the foreseeable future until the weather breaks. Then you might have a celebratory shot. But other than that, I would not. That is dangerous territory to get into. Because when it's hot out and you're drinking and you're just like, oh, it'll be fine. And the next thing you know, you're like, oh, I don't feel so good. Yeah. Alcohol is the fastest way to get yourself dehydrated. That, and if you drink a lot of tea. Tea is a diuretic. So try to minimize. I like iced tea, but yeah, if you drink too much of it, it's a diuretic. That will certainly dehydrate you very quickly. Things you learn as a medic. It's amazing. You know what I'm going to do? I just thought of this. On my last stream ever, I got to make a note to myself to tell this story. On the very last stream I ever do, I want to tell you guys about a story from when I was in Afghanistan. It's going to turn your stomach, and I'm just going to laugh the entire time. But it will be on the final stream ever that I ever do. Oh, wow, you're way over by Cuba. Wow, okay. I'm talking to Houston Center, you're talking to Havana. Wow. You're on a much different route than I am then, Nick. It's interesting, though, that your flight plan came up with putting you over by Havana, and I'm within earshot of, or radar shot of Houston. We're in their airspace. Interesting. You're a pretty fair distance away from me. Well, I guess that's good. We don't have to be on the exact same flight plan, but you're heading to Cancun, so that's the important part. I'm still surprised, though, that they have you at 42,000 feet. That just something doesn't seem right there. But hey, if you're up there and you haven't fallen apart, I guess it's okay. About 49 nautical miles, just under 50, to our next waypoint. And then from there we have almost 200 nautical miles to our beginning of our arrival portion into Cancun. We'll start managing our descent a little bit at a time. Maybe we'll just drop. I think we're just going to do little drops of 2,000 feet until we're down to 28,000. I think that's the best way to do it. So we're not dropping too quick. But once we're past Paisad and making our way towards, I don't know why, I don't know either, Mick, but it's fine. You're still in the air. That's what matters. So it's fine. So we'll be back tomorrow in the Euchers 52. The plan for tomorrow will be forthcoming over on the Discord. We do have one VO, is it a Vortec or a VOR? I think it's a VOR DME. It is a VOR DME, 177 nautical mile. Once we take off from Ronchi, we have a heading of 102 degrees, 177 nautical miles. Our VOR DME should put us in line for landing on 19er right. So we should be good to go from there. So once we get to that VOR DME, it's just a light turn right into Kolkata. So that should be a very simple flight, maybe a couple of hours, maybe an hour and a half or so. Something popped up on my phone. So that's what we got tomorrow. I'll be in ahead of time to get the plane started up, to get out to the departure runway. So if anybody wants to join in, I'll be at the departure runways to make it easy for you to spawn in at the right departure runway. 27 nautical miles to that waypoint there, the navigation point. At any moment now, certainly by the time we get to our next nav point, Zuden, X-ray uniform Delta uniform November, we should be over Mexico by then. I have no doubt. We should be over Mexico. Yeah, it might be. I think this one is going to be a bit longer than the 3.5, what they had estimated, because we did have run into a bit of a headwind for quite a bit of the time. So, so yeah, we were, even though we were flying at 0.78 Mach, just over 3/4 of the speed to the speed of sound. Yeah, I don't think we made too much headway really because of that. So yeah, it's going to be a bit of a longer one, folks. So, but we will, once we are on the ground, we will be wrapping things up. I do appreciate everybody coming by, hanging out. I know it's not the most exciting thing, but we are definitely towards the last, definitely over halfway there. So we're almost at the last quarter of the flight, roughly. I think once we get past Paisad, we will, actually, you know what we'll do? Let's do this. 320. Okay, so at 320, even at, okay, so there we go. Right there, that is everything we have left to do. That's the rest of our flight. And Cancun is right at the edge of that right there. So we're almost there, folks. Yeah. Cabin crew know to start cleaning up. Seatbelt signs on so we can do the good old initial descent shenanigans. Oh wow, you're dropping height now. Did it tell you to, Mick? Did they tell you to descend? So Merida Center must be, that's got to be a center in Mexico. I'm positive of that. I could be wrong though. Half expecting the coastline of Mexico here any moment now. I've been saying that I know for a while, but oh wow, interesting. Okay. I have a feeling, Mick, if I'm going to kind of guesstimate here or make a wild, educated guess. I think you're going to be lining up before me for landing. Like your route is putting you into Cancun before me, I think. Which is fine. Yeah, because you are definitely dropping altitude. Yeah, I think you're on a different approach. Don't let them moaning in. Okay, so you're kind of leveling off at about 36,000 feet then. Maybe. Nope. You're starting to drop. Still. It kind of like seemed to like level off there for a moment. Alright, let me start, let me ask for, start doing our little drops in altitude. Yeah, we were well below 280 minutes, so we're fine with that. Alright, folks, we are beginning our initial descent into Cancun, Mexico. Please sit down, buckle up, be quiet, don't harass the flight crew or the flight attendants for the remainder of the flight. Otherwise, you will be shown the exit forthwith and expeditiously. For your attention. Is it 20? Well, it was 23. Yep. Okay. So we'll level off here at 340. So Mick is at 320, or flight level 320, yep. So I kind of feel like your approach might be different than mine, Mick, but that's, if it is, it's fine. It's not the end of the world. Or if you have it, it's just that your route was different, but you're probably going to land before I do. So yeah, Mick, if they are having you starting to descend and you get into your arrival and then line up, just go ahead and land. It's fine. I'll catch up with you on the ground. Try to park right next to you if I can. I do greatly appreciate you being here today, my friend. Nice to see you here as always. Oh, interesting. It's interesting that they had you go that way, though. I wonder. I don't know. That's an interesting. Why is yours way over there? That's the funny part. That's the part I don't get. But oh well, it's fine. Yeah, it's good to have you back. Definitely. So good. Well, I think we're going to live at 30,000 feet here for a little while. You're no longer up in the stratosphere, so I'm going to dial back the, change the units. Still no sight of land yet. Interesting. Well, I'm positive our arrival point is on land in Mexico, so. Yeah, definitely nice to have you flying again, Nick. Still for... Oh, Mick sees land. So if he sees it... I think I barely make land out now. I think I can kind of see it. It looks like land ahead there. Very faint outline. Somewhere up in there. Mick has land in sight. Land ho! For 120, nautical miles. Almost thought I had to sneeze again. Yeah, we'll get a little bit closer. Once I definitely have land in sight, I'll descend further. Mick is descending much lower than I am now by quite a bit. Almost 10,000 feet difference. Or more than 10,000 feet, sorry. At least 12. Going on 13 here in a moment. I think we can ask for another 2,000 decrease. Quick look around and see if there's anybody else on the server with us. Oh wow, going all the way to 14. Yeah, you're definitely, I think you're going to line up before I do for some reason. That's fine. Yeah, I think I can see the land now. I can barely make out the faint outline of the coastline there. So as soon as we get a little bit closer, we will definitely have confirmation we are over Mexico. Bogey at 1 o'clock. I don't see anybody else. Maybe they're closer to you and you might see them. I don't see them in the air. I don't see anybody over here, and I don't see anybody between you and I. Huh, interesting. Well, maybe they'll spawn in eventually, but then I'll see them. It's interesting that you see them and I don't. Yeah, because your 1 o'clock would be definitely, should be looking right around where your 1 o'clock is, so. It's going to be a day of sirens. Okay, I think there's another going. Yeah, day of sirens. I think it's going to be another hot one here, humid. Older folks are going to be going to the hospital for dehydration, I would imagine. Alright, let's have a look. 89 nautical miles, so definitely somewhere up ahead of us. Yeah, I think Mick is going to, he might land before I do. Alright, so what I think we're going to do is we're going to live at 260 for quite a while, and then we'll drop at the last 3,000 feet to get to 230, and then we will be descending further from there, start slowing the plane down, stuff like that. So there we are. Yeah, great flight all around, I think. And quite great, quite lovely. Alright, folks, so Mick is getting all the way down to 3,000 feet. Wow. So yeah, I think he is going to definitely be landing. We do have a another person here now. I do see them. That might be, I don't know if that's the one that Mick was talking about, but either way, we do have somebody else in the airspace. Not that we will be worried too much about that, because we're not going to collide, or we'll kind of just pass through one another, but we should be aware that they're there. I am going to use this opportunity to take one more captain's break. I'll be right back, folks. I'm going to leave you out. Oops. Let's do this first. I'll be right back, folks. Alright, I'm back. Nick is still descending. Let's see how much farther we got to go. 650 nautical miles. We'll get a little bit closer and drop that last 3,000 feet. We'll just stay right here. 26 or 20 flight level 260. look at that. We have only used 30% of our fuel. Yeah, if we gassed up with 75, I think we would have had more than enough to get here, and if we had to do a go-around or something like that. This is a very fuel efficient plane. So, thank you for giving us this plane, LVFR, for creating it for the sim. Appreciate it. Look forward to the continuing improvements. It almost seems like Mick is on final. The 3,000 feet, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Mick, it almost seems like you're on final approach right now at 3,000 feet. This plane is just kind of touring around Mexico, Cancun area maybe. Not sure if they're getting. Oh, hold on a second, folks. Sorry about that. My buddy from Vegas called for me to talk for just a moment. So I was like, yeah, I'm trying to fly right now. Yep, Mick is going to land, I think, well before I do. All right. Well, no worries. That's good. All right, I need to drop that 3,000 feet here. I need to do that expeditiously. Forthwith. I probably should just leave that open. Continue our Yeah, Mick, you must be on final approach into Cancun already. Alright, so there's that turn. There's our marker, so we're going to make that turn. Let's look ahead here just a bit. So that's what we got coming up. Once we level off, we'll start slowing down a bit, so we have we're ready for our next bit of fun here. Let's go ahead and get to, let's drop down to 270. So our airport is somewhere up ahead. Over that way. Still got quite a bit to do. Our next, we need to be at 14,000. So we will go 5. Let's go down to 18. And we'll go ahead and get that down to 250. Oh, that's fine, Mick. Go for it. I will see you on the ground in Cancun. Get the margaritas ready for my arrival. Good stuff. Mick is on final. He's locked into the ILS. Good stuff. There he is. He's landed, folks. Well done, Mick. Good, great flying there. Mick is on the ground in Cancun. Look at him. We're almost there. Pretty close to it. Now he's on the ground. Ooh. He's underground now. It says you're negative. You're going negative, Mick. Oh, now you're at 32 feet. Wow. It was like you went down into the ground all the way and kept going. Nope. That needs to be standard. Still, we're not below 18,000. done, Mick. Well done. So let's just look ahead. How much more we got to go here? That's at 80 nautical miles. That's what we got ahead of us still. So we still got a bit more to go. We're almost there. We'll be on the ground with Mick momentarily. Let's see what is the weather like in Cancun right now. Altimeter reading is 3006. Okay, let's dial that in. See if that is close to our where we need to be for our altimeter reading. Will either be a little bit above or a little bit low, or too high or too low, but it'll only be like a very small amount. So our altimeter readings is pretty much spot on now. Go down to 210 here in a moment. Look ahead of me, waiting in Cancun. Waiting for me to arrive. Boy, you got there a lot quicker than I did. I don't know how that's possible, but you know, sometimes stuff happens that way. It's fine. Headwind again. Interesting. You don't know where baggage is, but I can see it next to me. Oh. Of course, they don't know where it is, and it's right next to you. All right, so at 5,000, I think we're set for. All we have to do is drop a little bit more, and then we'll be online for our final approach into Cancun. I'm going to go ahead and put on the ILS system so that when we're lining up, we hit our localizer and then the approach mode. So everything is lined up. You might have to get out the plane and direct it yourself, Mick. You know, you have to be like a traffic cop and direct the traffic yourself. Why is it overspeeding? Wow, this thing is a bit touchy. Go ahead and get our landing lights on. Yeah, look, now we're getting a little bit of the wind, getting a little bit bumpy. All right. No, we are not going. No. See, this is the kind of silly stuff that they're trying to get. They need to get fixed. No, we are not going up to 11,000 feet. No. Negative, Ghost Rider. Turn on all the lights. No, we are not going to 11,000 feet. You clear me this low, it's on you. I am not flying an additional 6,000 feet. But yeah, that is something that they are aware is a problem. This sort of, you know, if I wasn't supposed to descend to this level, they shouldn't have cleared me to this level. You know, that's the way they look at it, I guess. So I think 3,000 is our where we should be at coming into approach. So we're going to live right here, and then we'll go down to 3,000, and then we should be set. No. Nope. 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 We'll do no such thing. Because either... See? Never fails. You just got to wait them out. that sort of silliness. If you clear me, then I am not going to climb back up. Sorry, but no. Because the way I look at it is if you climb back up and then you're going to have to do like a roller coaster, you're going to have to like do a hard dive down back to to 2,000 feet. That's not very good for the passengers. You know? I mean, maybe for some people might like it, but I don't think a lot of people would. 4 viewers. Oh, I'm surprised. I'm on final. Where's Addie's at? Usually this is the part where he comes back in. It says, I'm here. Why is it speeding up? Something's not right here. We are just gaining speed all of a sudden. Wow, look at that. Now it's... Oh, you know what it is? I know what happened. Okay, it automatically... It somehow went... Shoot. Wow. This is going to be... Oh, man. Okay. This is going to be tough. I might have to go around, folks. So apparently what happens is if you get out of that CLD tent, it automatically starts speeding your plane up. Okay, maybe not. I think we're okay. Ooh, shoot. No, nope, 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 nope. Oh my God. Wow, okay. Let's get lined back up again. Man, it was like it just, I don't know if I did that or, I don't know. All right. Now we got to get lined back up there. I almost was ready to hit the localizer button. All right, localizer. All right, go with that. Saying we're still fast. That doesn't seem right. I'm not seeing that other diamond. it's still at the top there. Okay. All right, now it's starting to move down. Too slow? Am I too slow? Well, maybe... Alright, getting ready to hit that. Almost there. Almost there, folks. And bingo. We are locked in on the tractor beam. The Death Star has us. Coming in, Mick. We're almost there. We'll wrap this thing up. Quite a flight, quite the adventure. Nice to have you all along today. See, so 147 must be the magic number then. Okay. I can live there. Alright, I might have to land this. If it seems like we were getting ready to go off the runway here. We're lined up right now, it looks like, but it came in off the coast, it looks like. Right over the trees. Oh, look at that. Little tree top flying.
100, 60, 50, 40, 30, 20.
Oops. Settle down, settle down, settle down. Plane, doggone it.
Retard, 5.
Ooh, little bump. Alright, there we go. Whew. Parking is a little bit farther down from you, Mick. Well, there we go. Well, Mick and I both made it to Cancun. Welcome to Cancun, everybody. I'm back with myself the entire flight here. Local time is 10:10 in the morning. We understand and appreciate the fact that Mr. Addies was probably watching train stuff and didn't want to see us land, but that's okay. We will be back tomorrow in the Yonkers 52 3M departing out of Ranki heading to Kolkata. Straight shot, 177 nautical miles, hopefully some nice scenery. So do join us for that if you so desire. Thank you once again, Watt Mitford, for joining me on the flight today. Greatly appreciate it, sir. This is what happens when you haven't flown in the Jetliner in a hot minute. You forget how to land it. Now let's see if we pull in here if the gate actually pops over and connects to us. Of course, I hope you've enjoyed listening to the flight. Hopefully it made your day a little bit better while you're at work and with the bendejos. There we are, and here comes the gate right through the gotta love it, gotta love it. Let's see if the door opens here any second now. The door will open. There we go. Ta-da. We are connected to the jetway. And let's go ahead and shut it down. 3 hour. Oh, so it wasn't too far beyond the estimated time of 3 hours and 30 minutes. So yeah, there we go. Flight time. So the Neo, the PW, I think that's the Pratt & Whitney powered engine for the A321neo. The PW, I think, is the Pratt & Whitney. I might be wrong. I'll have to look that up. I'll tell you all tomorrow for sure. Anyway, that will be it for today, folks. Do greatly appreciate everybody coming in and hanging out. Hopefully, if you're just coming in, you missed the landing. You missed all the fun. So, sorry for your luck. But you can watch it on the replay later or tomorrow on YouTube tomorrow afternoon. Thank you again, Mick, for coming in and hanging out and doing the flight with me. Greatly appreciate your time, sir. Do enjoy the rest of your Tuesday. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Mela. Tuesday. I almost said Thursday. Tuesday morning, afternoon, evening, early Wednesday, depending on where you are in the world. I have been and always shall be your host and pilot, Uncle B. Until tomorrow, peace, live long and prosper.